Recording in progress.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all delegates to this very important seminar. As I am establishing the protocol, let me greet the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Amos Masondo. Honorable Amos Masondo, am I audible?
Yes,
thank you. Our House Chairpersons, our Chief Whip, members present from Parliament, the Statistician General's Office, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Planning Commission and his commissioners, the South African Law Reform Commission commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, as the sixth dispensation, it has brought about with it a number of social and economic challenges, which have been further compounded by the far-reaching impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. As a democracy, it is in the process of maturing and strengthening its state institutions. The NCOP, as mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, starts with the responsibility of ensuring three-sphere coordination, thereby creating the necessary conditions for policy implementation. This coordination mandate must be recognized as critical in the overall process of ensuring that we effectively transform the development landscape of our country to shift our society from an unequal to an equal society. And it is indeed in the interest of transformative constitutionalism that the NCOP and Parliament as a whole must play a more proactive and decisive role in ensuring that the transformation imperatives as contained in the National Development Plan are accordingly implemented. Honorable members, today we are gathering here to assess the progress made in implementing the underpinning commitments contained in the electoral mandate, the National Development Plan, the MTSF during the sixth dispensation. I also want to emphasize the importance of regularly reviewing our collective performance as the broader state machinery. As we embark on this process, we would really want to welcome all of you here, because I think I will allow the Chairperson to set the tone clearly by doing a kind of a keynote address to all of the delegates that is present here today. For me, it is just to welcome all of you on behalf of the NCOP, as we are the custodian and also the host with regards to this very important seminar. And in doing this, I will give over to the Chairperson so that you may continue in doing the welcoming as well as the address to set the tone for this very important gathering. Chairperson.
Greetings to everyone. Program Director, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, House Chairperson for Committees and Oversight, Honorable Chombo Nyambi, House Chairperson for International Relations and Member Support, Honorable Weningwenya, Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Seiso Mohai, members of the Executive, Parliament and Provincial Legislatures, representatives of South African Local Government Association, SALGA, representatives of non-governmental organizations and civil society, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, let me start by thanking you for the opportunity to deliver this address on this occasion of the Policy Implementation and Legislative Review Summit. As to the purpose of the summit suggests, this is an attempt and/or an effort to assess the progress made in implementing South Africa's development agenda, with particular focus on accelerating the implementation of National Development Plan. I've been asked to outline key policy shifts in the country's transformation trajectory. On South Africa's development agenda since 1994, Program Director, in 1994, the new democratic government introduced the Reconstruction and Development Program, the RDP. The RDP was regarded as an innovative and bold philosophy which evolved around seeking to provide an integrated and sustainable solution, being a people's-driven process, ensuring peace and security for all, seeking to ensure nation building and linking reconstruction and development. Even then, Program Director, this demonstrated the foresight by the democratic government to build a developmental state as the country's ultimate response to triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. This idea was in line with the quest for the rapid economic growth and industrialization experienced by the East Asian developmental states, which managed to achieve through directing the state administrative capacities, resources, and policies towards attaining developmental goals. In the case of South Africa, the RDP sought to address the unique challenges faced by the people given the country's history of colonialism, apartheid, and indeed state social engineered inequality. The four Asian tigers, which underwent rapid industrialization and maintained high growth rates between the early 1960s and 1990s, offered some hope to our democracy, and indeed many countries across the world, with regard to what well-intentioned state policies could achieve. South Africa took forward the goals of that RDP through implementing policies and strategies, including making several attempts at course correction, given the reality that no public policies are ever expected to deliver perfect outcomes. One example was the introduction of the 5-year macroeconomic strategy in the form of the growth, employment, and redistribution, otherwise known as GEA. GEA was seen as a vehicle through which South Africa would seek, firstly, a competitive, fast-growing economy which would create sufficient jobs for all the work seekers. Secondly, a redistribution of income and opportunities in favor of the poor. Thirdly, a society in which sound health, education, and other services would be available to all, And fourthly, an environment in which homes are secure and places of work that would be productive. The success of GEAR was nonetheless limited. For example, the economy grew but did not create the number of jobs that were anticipated. Other policy initiatives included the Industrial Policy Action Plan and the New Growth Path. It has been noted that these domestic interventions had to contend with wicked worldwide disruptions such as the 2008 global economic meltdown. This led to the government continuing to find ways to buttress development, which resulted in the creation of a new framework, the National Development Plan, with the overall goal of achieving shared prosperity for all the people through the elimination of poverty and the reduction of inequality by the year 2030. The NDP states that while the plan requires progress on a broad front, three priorities stand out. The three priorities include the following. Firstly, building the capability of the state to play a developmental transformative role. Further, that developmental state tackles the root causes of poverty and inequality. And thirdly, that a South African developmental state will intervene to support and guide development so that benefits accrue across society, especially to the poor, and build a consensus so that long-term national interest trumps short-term sectional concerns. However, the NDP makes a very fundamental point, which is key in the discourse about state capacity, when it states the following, quote, a developmental state needs to be capable, but the capable state does not materialize by decree, nor can it be legislated or waved into existence by declarations. It has to be built brick by brick, institution by institution, and sustained and rejuvenated over time, close quote. Needless to say, the NDP identifies some of the requirements for a capable and developmental states. It states that it requires leadership, sound policies, skilled managers and workers, clear lines of accountability, appropriate systems, and consistent and fair applications of rules. Of course, all these require foregrounding by means of a compelling vision that trumps short-term sectional concerns. In terms of the NDP, a state that is capable possesses, on the one hand, the capacity to formulate and implement policies that serve the national interest. On the other hand, it suggests a state is developmental when those policies focus on overcoming the root causes of poverty and inequality and building the state's capacity to fulfill this role. On key challenges facing South Africa, Program Director, South Africa faces the stubborn challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. At this current juncture, we have to address these challenges against the background of our sluggish economy, the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we have seen the increasing signs of the impact of climate change, as characterized, amongst others, by hotter temperatures and more severe storms, which result in flooding and damages to the social and economic infrastructure. The notion of a sustainable development. Recently, in his medium-term policy statement last month, the Minister of Finance made the point that going forward, the global environment will be less supportive of South Africa's growth than anticipated earlier this year, and that the expected growth at an average of 1.6% over the next 3 years is too low to support our developmental goals. This has clear implications for the work that, especially in relation to the strengthening of oversight and accountability. Some of the challenges we face as a country were clear when the NCOP carried out its taking Parliament to the People's Program in Oku District Municipality in KwaZulu-Natal last week, this past week. In our engagement with the citizens, it was apparent that we must work harder to deliver on the constitutional promise of improving the quality of life of all the citizens. Among other things, the people raised challenges with regard to water and sanitation, development of water infrastructure, road infrastructure, safety and security, human settlements, agriculture, local economic development, and the provision of social services. However, there was hope, as we also heard from the conversation, the people's positive testimonials about the efforts that government is making to improve their conditions was loud and clear. Importantly, there was evidence that some of the municipalities were using Izimbizo to keep the line of communication with the people open. People need to be part of the solutions that are aimed at addressing their needs. To address the challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, we need to empower the people and create a conducive environment for them to thrive. Key to this is enhancing support that is needed for local economic development. This includes addressing the challenges faced by rural and township economies, which include access to credit by small entrepreneurs, lack of value chains, access to markets, legislation which includes addressing inconsistent bylaws, and the red tape phenomena. We are pleased, Madam Director, to note that the efforts by government in this regard, as articulated by the Ministries of Trade, Industry and Competition, and Small Business Development, as well as by provincial members of Executive Council and the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, during the ministerial briefing session on township economy and industries that the NCOP convened earlier this month. Clearly, to address the challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, we need to continue to promote and develop small businesses and cooperatives. This, given the evidence gathered in many countries, is a very important sector for the growth of our economy. For example, in 2020, the International Labour Organization estimated that small and medium enterprises represent about 90% of the businesses and more than 50% of employment globally, while they also provide the main source of employment in sub-Saharan Africa, accounting for 89.2% of all employment, with the majority of the economic units being informal, 92.4%. This is according to a report of the International Trade Center, a joint agency of the World Trade Organization and the United Nations. On the principles of cooperative government and the implementation of policy and legislation, Program Director, the Constitution states that our government is constituted at national, provincial, and local spheres of government, which are distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated. In terms of this constitutional scheme, national government is responsible for formulating policies of regulatory frameworks, setting national norms and standards, providing the requisite funding, and overseeing implementation. The provincial government, on the other hand, is responsible for the implementation in accordance with national frameworks and standards. Each municipality has the right to govern on its own initiative the local government affairs of its community, subject to national and provincial legislation. And each municipality must, among other things, strive to promote social and economic development. In addition to this, Parliament oversight and accountability mechanisms need to take into account the need for all the spheres of government and organs of state to exercise their powers and perform their functions in a manner that respects the geographic, functional, or institutional integrity of government in another sphere. The National Council of Provinces has a specific role to play in this regard, which is imposed by the Constitution. It is to protect the integrity of the three spheres of government and to ensure effective government. When it comes to the processing of legislation and implementation of policy, the three spheres of government must, amongst other things, ensure that there is cooperation and coordination as provided for in Chapter 3 of the Constitution, which deals with cooperative government. In demonstrating the importance of and location of municipalities in the cooperative government scheme, Section 154 of the Constitution stipulates that the national government and provincial government, by legislative and other measures, must support and strengthen the capacity of the municipalities to manage their own affairs, to exercise their powers, and perform their functions. The NCOP has a responsibility to monitor the implementation of this provision, particularly as a precondition for an intervention in a municipality by a provincial government. On the district development model program director, in recent years, the launch of this development model to give effect to the vision of joint government has given us the opportunity to meaningfully interrogate cooperation and coordination by different spheres of government and organs of state in attending to the challenges related to service provision. The importance of the DDM, district development model, is that it targets service delivery, economic development, and job creation, which are key if we are to address poverty, unemployment, and indeed inequality. Parliament has a responsibility to monitor the rollout of the DDM with a view to assess the nature of the challenges being addressed and the efficacy of the interventions. The use of information from non-governmental structures, including civil society, is critical in this regard. It can help government to assess the impact of the policy intervention as it is being rolled out, and how to address the weaknesses that we pick up. In conclusion, Program Director, the democratic government since 1994 pursued the developmental agenda to facilitate the transformation of our society. The government accepted the view that the developmental state would help us to address the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. While some of the policy interventions have succeeded in growing the economy in order to cater for the increasing needs of the people and the demands on the national fiscals, the creation of jobs at the required scale has remained one of the elusive targets. It is for this reason that we ought to enhance our support for local economic development. It is one of the key interventions to expedite people's participation in the economy through small and not so small ventures and cooperatives, especially in previously marginalized communities. These developmental initiatives require great cooperation and coordination at the level of government, as well as partnerships with the private and other sectors. Parliament has the responsibility to approve the necessary public resources to undertake these tasks to oversee implementation. Once again, Program Director, I do appreciate the opportunity to address this policy implementation and legislative review summit. I'm looking forward to a meaningful, robust debate and engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. It was indeed setting the trend with your input and also giving us a better understanding as to what we want to achieve with today's summit. We will continue, and I will call on Ms. I see on the platform it's Ms. Yandiswa Mpitsheni, but here it's Murudu, and she will be speaking on behalf of States SA, giving us an overarching statistical perspective on matters relating to poverty, unemployment, and inequality in South Africa. Over to you, Ms. Murudu.
Thank you very much, Chair. As you said, my name is Yandiswa Mpitsheni Murudu, and I'm representing the Statistician General. And I would like to greet the Chairperson of NCOP, the Deputy Chair, distinguished guests, honorable members, colleagues. And Chair, if you don't mind, I'm going to be switching off my camera as I share my presentation.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, Chair. So in South Africa, I thought we should start with the population estimates. The population is estimated in the media, population estimates of 2022, to be at 60.6 million. This is up by 1.06% from what it was in 2021. It is up by approximately 640,000 people. And approximately 51.1% of the population is...
We request that the presentation be flighted because we don't see it on the screen.
You don't see it, Chair?
It's not on the screen. Can we just be assisted? I'm asking the table to assist those officials.
Okay, because on my side, it's on the screen. Let me check it. Let me do it again.
It's there now. It's there now. You may continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just try and do slideshow. I'm sorry about this. Can you see it, Chair?
Yes, it's visible. You may continue. Thank you.
All right, so approximately 51.1% of the population is female, and then we have 48.9% being male. And more than half of the population reside in 3 provinces. And those 3 provinces are Gauteng, KZN, and the Western Cape. As you can see those numbers there, with Gauteng having 16.1 million of the population and KwaZulu-Natal having 11.5 million of the population and Western Cape at 7.2 million of the population. And Gauteng has increased its share of the total population by 5.7 points between 2002 and 2022. As you will see on the green bar, that's where Gauteng is. But you will see that the Eastern Cape has lost its share of the population between 2002 and 2022. They were at 14.3% in 2002 and are now standing at 11%. And when you look at children and youth amount to nearly 38 million in South Africa. I won't go into too much detail about that. You can see that from 0 to 14, they are standing at 17 million, and from the youth 15 to 34, they are standing at 20.6 million. I will go straight to talking about poverty and social support, which is what we are about in this meeting today. And as I talk to that, I would like to just share with you the poverty lines for 2022, which we keep updating by using inflation information. So we have what is called the upper bound poverty line, which is the threshold of deprivation below which people cannot afford the minimum food and non-food requirements. This is standing at 1,417 rands. Then we have the lower bound poverty line, which is the threshold below which one has to choose between food and important non-food items. This is standing at 945 rands. And then you have a food poverty line, which is the threshold of absolute deprivation. This is the amount of money required to purchase the minimum required daily energy intake. And this is standing at 663 rands. That's what a household would need to have, a person would need to have per month to get to the food poverty line. And when you look at this, you will see that from 2006, when we started measuring the income and expenditure survey, the money metric poverty, we were standing at 575, and over time, the upper bound poverty line went from 575 rands to 1,417 rands. And the lower bound poverty line was, at that time in 2006, standing at 370 rands. This has gone up to 945 rand. And the food poverty line was at 219 rand. And as I said, it is now standing at 663. And in 2015, more than a quarter of the population were living below the food poverty line, which I just explained. And under the lower bound poverty line, we had 40% of the population living below this line. And on the upper bound poverty line, it was 55.5% of the population that lived below this poverty line. And you will see that the poorest provinces in the country have consistently been Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. And if you look at the bottom of the screen, you will see that Gauteng and Western Cape remain the two provinces with the lowest poverty headcounts at 13.6% and 12.8% respectively. And in terms of food inadequacy, you will see that nationally, 21% of households considered their access to food as inadequate or severely inadequate. Food access problems were the most common in Northwest at 30.9%, Mpumalanga 32.6%, Free State at 24.4%, and Northern Cape at 35.8%. When we move on to the South African Multidimensional Poverty Index, now this gives a holistic view of poverty. What I've just shared now is the money metric view, but poverty is multidimensional in nature. I will start by explaining what the dimensions of the SAMPI are. There are 4 of them. They relate to health, to education, to living standards, and economic activity. And on health, we look at child mortality. While the world over, they use nutrition, because at the time that we were doing this, we didn't have much data on nutrition. We then decided to use child mortality as a substitute. And on education, we look at years of schooling and school attendance. Under living standards, we look at whether there's electricity for lighting, heating, cooking, whether there's water, piped water, whether there's sanitation in terms of a flush toilet, and what type of dwelling people live in, assets such as radio, TV, or phone. And then we look at economic activity, where we look at adults that are unemployed. So that is what constitutes the SAMPI. Now, when you look at the SAMPI, we see that the national headcount poverty decreased from 17.9% in 2001 to 7% in 2016. Because for us to do the SAMPI, we must do a census or do what we call a community survey, which is one of our largest sample surveys. So the national headcount poverty was at 17.9% in 2001, 8% in 2011, and was 7% in 2016. When we look at the location of the 10 poorest municipalities by headcount in 2016, you will see that they are predominantly in KZN as well as in the Eastern Cape. You will see those names there in Tsakayetu, Msinga, Umzimvubu, Port St. John's, going down to Musa Hill. So predominantly the 10 poorest municipalities by headcount in 2016 were in those 2 provinces. So we see that there's high levels of multidimensional poverty in rural areas of South Africa. Now, when you look at what are the contributing factors or the poverty drivers, you find that in this multidimensional poverty index, unemployment is the biggest driver. In 2001, when we did this, it contributed 33% to SAMPI, to the multidimensional poverty index. Just in 10 years, it had gone up to 40%. And in 5 years, unemployment contributed 52%. Then the next other driver is years of schooling. And you will see when I go through employment and unemployment estimates that if people are not, didn't stay in school for too long, they are most likely not to be employed and are more in unemployment. So those are the two drivers, poverty drivers in the SAMPI. And what we have observed over time is that grants are the main source of income for almost 1/4 of households nationally. So you will see by province, we have Eastern Cape there having a share of 42% of the grants. Their households getting income from grants at 42%, salary just at 37.3%. Then you have other sources of income. This is even higher than what we have nationally. And the lowest on grants is the Western Cape. They have the highest salaries compared to other provinces. Now, when you look at employment, which is our labor, employment and unemployment, we will see that we had, if you look at the Q2 of 2022, we decided to just look at like year on year, and then we'll do a 10-year comparison. In Q2 of 2022, we had 648,000 people more employed than in Q1 of 2022. And when you look at this, we have 40.2 million people of working age. So of the 60.6 million people I talked about, 40.2 million are those of working age. This means these are people who are aged between 15 and 64 years old. And the labor force, which is the sum of the employed and the unemployed, stands at 23.6 million people. And then we have the not economically active, which are made up of discouraged work seekers, standing at 3.6 million people, and other not economically active people could be being a homemaker, students, and so on. And the official unemployment rate in Q2 was 33.9%. And this had gone down by just 0.6 of a percentage point when you look between Q1 of 2022 and Q2 of 2022. And close to a third of all people employed in Q2 of 2022 were employed in elementary and domestic work occupations. You will see under elementary, we have 3.6 million people. And if you add domestic worker there, it's at 0.9 million people. Then you will see that close to a third of all people employed were in those elementary and domestic services. And we looked at the expanded unemployment rate because the expanded unemployment rate is the unemployment rate of people where you look at those who are officially unemployed and people who have given up looking for work. They have tried and could not find any work. So we add them to the official unemployment rate. Now, when you look at the expanded unemployment rate decreased by 1.4 percentage points to 44.1% in Q2 of 2022 compared to Q1 of 2022. And when you look at this by province, Eastern Cape recorded the highest expanded unemployment rate in Q2 of 2022, followed by KZN. Eastern Cape has a share of 51.8%, and KZN had a share of 49.4%, and Northwest at 49.8%. And you'll notice that between Northwest, Northern Cape and KZN, they recorded more than 15 percentage points difference between expanded and unofficial unemployment rates. Now, when you look at the youth aged 15 to 24 years and 25 to 34 years, they recorded the highest unemployment rates of 61.4% and 41.2% respectively. Now, if you look at the absorption rate, which is the rate, a proportion of people who are employed as a proportion of those who are in the working age population, you will find that you have an absorption rate going up to 57.8% for the group aged 45 to 54 years. And at the lower ages, you find that the absorption rate is lower. Now, when you look at up on the NEET, you will know that the NEET is not in education, employment, or training. Approximately 3.7 million, which is 35.7%, out of 10.2 million young people aged between 15 and 24 were not in employment, education, or training. And the overall NEET increased, the rate increased by 2.7 percentage points in Q2 of 2022 compared to Q2 of 2021. Now, if you look over time from 2014 to where we are now, you see the NEET going up and then rising sharply as you go towards 2020, 2021, up to where we are now. And when we looked at the gender gap, we found that Eastern Cape had the highest unemployment rate for males and females for 2022. Females have higher unemployment rates in general, but we have Free State showing the largest gender gap, where we see that we have a difference for females. The unemployment rate is 36.3%, and for males it's 27.1%. The difference is not as large in other provinces. And the unemployment rate among the Black Africans stood at 37.8%, and it remains higher than the national average and other population groups. And when we look at Black African women, they are the most vulnerable, with an unemployment rate of 39.3% in Q2 of 2022. This is 3.8 percentage points higher than the national average for women, which stands at 35.5%. I will now talk to the income and expenditure survey. This is the survey that we use to update our money metric measures, as well as to give information on poverty levels, as well as inequality. So the income and expenditure survey of 2022-23 it's a critical data input into the production of poverty and inequality estimates. And we got money from the National Treasury. There was a time we were supposed to do this, but we did not have enough funding. We got funding and we started with the IES. It went to field on the 7th of November, and we will finish our data collection in 2023. The results of this IES 2022-23 will be published in November 2024. Now, to talk more about this IES is going to be updating these figures that you see there, the upper bound poverty line, lower bound poverty line, and the food poverty line. And it will take into consideration all the shocks that we have gone through. And these results are going to be used for updating and reweighting of the CPI basket of goods and services. They will be used for profiling of the household economy. There will be an input for the development and maintenance of national accounts. And most importantly, for the meeting that we are in today, updating the money metric poverty, as well as the multidimensional and subjective poverty profiles. It will also be updating the inequality profile of South Africa. Now, where will the IS data be used? Of course, it will be used in the NTP as we track our progress in the NTP towards 2030. It will be used to check how we're doing in reducing inequality. It will be used on MTSF priorities as well as SDG goals. And we'll have a lot of reports that will be coming out of this. There's 9 that we know for sure are going to be we're going to be doing, including SDG reporting, poverty trends, provincial profiles. So there's a lot that's going to be done with this income and expenditure survey. Now I need to talk, this is my second last slide, Program Director. For us to be able to get to the information that we were asked to give, which is at municipal and at district level, we need to run a census or do a large sample survey called a community survey. So we do the censuses once every 10 years, and we have an intercental survey. So the last census that we did was now in 2022, and the results are expected in 2023. So it was not possible for us to go to the levels that we're asked to go as we present here today. And on my last slide, we have what we call an integrated indicator framework. We have realized that a lot of times people struggle to see where they should be getting our information from, how they should be getting, where they should be getting all these estimates that we are doing. So we decided to develop this integrated indicator framework where we put the National Development Plan at the center, and then we align the indicators from the National Development Plan to the indicators from SADC, from Agenda 2063, from SDGs. We also align this to MTSF, to provincial growth and development plans, as well as to the DDM and IDPs. Now we have done this portal. This means when you go to the portal, you will be able to just click on the National Development Plan, and you'll be able to see what progress has been made over time. So the portal, we've done the indicator development. The portal will go live on the STATSA website in April of 2023. And as we have this portal live, we will also be updating the SAMPI, which I talked to, the Multidimensional Poverty Index. We'll be updating it once the census results are out, and that will also be in 2023. And I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Murudu, for a very, very, very informative presentation, as usual, because we've been working with States SA for a long time, and we always get very, very good information that actually assists us a lot. We are continuing with the program, and we will now call on the Deputy Chairperson of the National Planning Commission, Professor Tiniko Maluleke. Prof, we will also request that you introduce the commissioners that is accompanying you, and also the individual that will be doing the presentation. It's over to you, Professor Maluleke.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. The Deputy Chair is not in the meeting. If we can ask the Commissioner Ramatsetse to take the floor and introduce the other commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. We will now then call Commissioner Ramatsetse to actually take over and assist us with the introduction of the part that will be done by the National Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me. So as I've been introduced, my name is Commissioner Ramatsetse. I'm here together with my colleagues from the commissions. I'm with Dr. Molokwane, I'm with Dr. Tsepofela, I'm with Phumzile Chifunyise, I'm also with Ravi Naidu, and also other colleagues from the Secretariat supporting the National Planning Commission. So we are very honored to be invited to this session, where we'll be sharing some of our thoughts around some of those questions that you've posed to us. So our title for the presentation today we're going to talk about the overarching review of the National Development Plan, which is focusing on assessing the progress in the implementation of commitments of the sixth administration. So thank you, Deputy Chair, thank you, Chair, thank you, honorable members, for this opportunity. I'll continue with my presentation. I hope you can all see my screen. So as we all know, the priorities of the sixth administration, which includes building a capable and developmental state, also includes priority around transforming the economy, focusing especially on job creation. Also the issues of human development, focusing on education, skills training, as well as aspects of the health industry. Also issues of social cohesion and building safer communities, and also ensuring that there is a better Africa and a world to which everyone can live. So I'll be actually touching on those different priorities as I proceed with my presentation today. So my presentation outline is as follows. I'll start by locating the current conjuncture, looking at the planning perspective, looking at some of the challenges identified in the National Development Plan, also looking at internal and external factors, which are critical towards shaping South Africa's development, and also looking at the National Development Goals and approach, the main review findings, looking at the economy and the people as well as the state. And we are also going to touch on some of the pathways for implementation of the National Development Plan with the remaining few years that we have till 2030. And we're also going to look at the implementation, monitoring, measurements, and make some concluding remarks. So first of all, as we all can remember to say, the National Development Plan is the vision for the country, which was adopted in 2012. So in line with that, we currently have midterm strategic framework, which are 5-year implementation frameworks towards ensuring that this National Development Plan is implemented. So this particular midterm strategic framework has 14 outcomes which are aligned to the National Development Plan. We are currently on the next midterm strategic framework 2019 to 2024, which outlines some of the 7 priorities which I just mentioned for the 6th administration. So we are currently at the midpoint of the National Development Plan. As we all know, we just recently had a commemoration of the 10-year anniversary of the National Development Plan. So we are currently remaining with the 8 years towards 2030. So hence, there is still a midterm strategic framework that must be developed towards ensuring that some of those targets are met. So hence, the review that has been conducted by the National Planning Commission, and hence also the review that has been done by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. So in order to inform the priorities, the task is to consolidate priorities for the remainder of the medium term to 2024, and as well as aligning it to the pathways that we have, that I'm going to talk to towards 2030. So as outlined in terms of the Green Paper of the National Planning Commission of 2010, it says we need a long-term planning perspective to reduce poverty and extreme inequalities, growth and development, strengthening institutions, nation building and developmental state, which are seen as long-term projects. So in order to do that, the Green Paper outlines to say the term of government is too short on its own. And it also outlines that lack of coherent long-term plans has weakened the ability to provide the clear, consistent policies in order to mobilize all society to prioritize resource allocations and drive implementation. So in addition, weakness in the coordination of government has also led to policy inconsistencies and poor service delivery outcomes. So there, in having this in mind, the NDP review asks critical questions towards ensuring that these are addressed. One of the questions that we've asked is looking at what are the key challenges how has the NDP been implemented? What has been the impact and what needs to change? What are the course corrections that are needed towards bringing us back on track in order to reach some of those targets? So that was the aim of the review. So as I've mentioned, to say the NDP has been adopted in 2012. We had the midterm strategic framework 2014 to 2019. We also had seven priorities outlining the midterm strategic framework, and also the economic reconstruction recovery plan, which also aligns to some of the infrastructure, sectoral, and skills plans, which together are aimed at addressing those key issues of poverty, unemployment, inequality towards 2030. So this is where we are, and we only have 8 years to go in order to ensure that some of these targets are met. So what needs to happen is for us to ensure that there is proper prioritization going forward in order to ensure that the adequate impact that we want to make is realized. So in 2012, there was a diagnostic report which was developed, the commission drafted, which clearly outlines some of the challenges that were existent then, including that there were not enough jobs for the people of South Africa. They outlined challenges such as crumbling infrastructure, economy that runs on fossil fuels, and also planning that excludes people. They outline challenges such as poor educations, high disease burdens, uneven public service, corruptions, and some of the other issues around divided communities. So with that in mind, the National Development Plan aimed to ensure that we create 11 new jobs and build stronger infrastructure, also focusing on economy using clean and renewable energy, and ensure that planning is inclusive of everyone living in the country. And also looking at issues of quality education for all, quality health for all, fighting corruption, capable state that will serve the people of South Africa, and a state that will also, and the communities that will unite around the nation's vision. So this was the plan, this was the vision, and the aim of that plan was to ensure that we build a South Africa that is more prosperous and that is ensure that everyone benefits from the fruits of democracy. So in terms of some of the challenges, NPC revised its diagnostic report that was developed in 2010 and affirmed that even today, some of the issues that were mentioned there are still valid, including that issues that there are too few jobs, dividend communities, corruptions, capacity of the state, high disease burden, poor education, spatial divides, resource-intensive economy, and scrambling infrastructure. So what are some of the internal and external factors that are shaping South Africa's development? So internal and external factors influence SA's development trajectories, and some are in the National Development Plan and also other plans that are aligned to the NDP. Globalization is prone to cycles of crisis, and countries have unequal capacity to respond. This is also evident in current COVID global health crisis. For instance, we had issues around vaccines, implications for tourism, and this actually challenges us to think about some of the lessons for the future to deal with some of these issues in future. The multipolar world with China as an emerging power, as well as the US-China fallout, had a global repercussion and also for the world trade systems. Also the anti-globals inward-looking shift. If you remember the Brexit, the UK exit from the European Union, which had also implications for South African economy. The issues of climate change we have seen with the recent floods in KZN and Eastern Cape, the issues of migration, how people move from city to city, province to province in seeking opportunities. The rising African economy, continental integration, which also considers our neighboring countries such as Swaziland, as well as Mozambique and so on. Population growth, which is currently outpacing GDP growth, looking also at demographic dividend. Technological advances, which also looks at 4IR opportunity and some of the digital divide that exists within the country. So, as like my previous presenter also alluded to, the alignment that needs to happen between the developmental agenda as well as some other plans of local, provincial, national government, and also that plans that are developed at the regional as well as the continental level. So this is just speaks to National Development Plan, aligning with some of these different plans to ensure that we work towards ensuring that we achieve some of those targets, because some of these challenges are common in the region, are common also continentally, and so on. So I'm glad that also Stats SA has thought about the IF platform that they came up with that will also have all this information in one database. So here I talk about the National Development Plan approach to change, which speaks to the vicious cycle of development. The vicious cycle of development speaks about having strong leadership, effective government, and activism at the center of all these issues which ensure that it will drive employment, it will also drive growth, poverty reduction, and ensure that there's a rise living standards. So these are the three core things that we need at the center to ensure that we do. So the rising living standards through increasing inclusive growth, employment and social wage, and good quality public services interlinked with improved education, rising incomes, and broadening opportunities for all. So key to this is to build capacity of the people and capability of the people, as well as the state, as well as ensuring that we have a growing inclusive economy. So what are some of the national development goals? If we remind ourselves, one of the goals is to eradicate poverty. So in 2012, the NDP outlined that there are 9% of people living below the poverty line of 419 rands, which are based on the 2009 prices. So the goal too was to also look at how to reduce inequality through a range of policy interventions so that by 2030, South Africa will be at a more prosperous and equal society. And to achieve this, SA had to grow the economy by 5.4% per annum over the 20 years. And also to look at how to create about 11 million jobs to ensure some of those targets are met. So in the next slides, I'm going to talk about the performance towards achieving some of these goals that are outlined in the National Development Plan. So firstly, I'll speak to poverty. So the poverty rate improved significantly to 2011, but progress stalled thereafter. So income poverty, those living below the lower poverty line, decreased from 51% of the population in 2006 to 36.4% in 2011, and increasing again at 40% in 2016. In terms of social wage, it played an important role, and COVID-19 has emphasized the need, and especially the social grants. However, the key is raising employment as well as stronger service delivery and reduced cost of living. Asset poverty is deep. Central concerns are related to the land distribution, low income housing, the deeds registry system, where it looks at too few people have a pension and high indebtedness. So you can see that the global evidence shows that it is possible to make dramatic inroads into reducing poverty. So in terms of reducing inequality, it has also been slow, So the Gini coefficient of 0.68 shows that South Africa remains the most unequal society. So wealth inequality, 90% to 95% of wealth concentrated in top decile compared to global average of 55 to 60%. 5% of wealth in the bottom, 40% of population. The most significant difference in South Africa is that of the middle class and have such a small asset base. This will have a significant impact on pathways for intergenerational class mobility. So as you can see from the graph, which has shown the Gini trends from 1993 up until 2017. So in terms of, as well, employment growth, the diagnostic report has also indicated that the growth is not being sufficient. Employment grew, but trends does not meet the NDP target. So 2.5 million jobs created between 2010 and 2019. Four concerning trends. By 2019, employment shortfall was 1.5 million and about 60% of the target. So the challenge became bigger from 2020. Falling employment in manufacturing from 2010 to 2019 included 313,000 jobs lost. The share of small firms in total employment fell from 64% to 55% between 2008 and 2015. Youth employment also stagnated. Employment targets for 2030 unlikely to be met. The trends of unemployment since 2012 has been upwards. The original target of full employment by 2030 can no longer be achieved. Vulnerable and informal workers need social protection, and COVID-19 is making it even harder. And given the unemployment rates of 33.9% in the second quarter of 2022, it is still imperative to commit to the full employment as a top priority. So thus, with this in mind, the National Planning Commission recommends expanding some of the public employment programs to achieve the targets of at least 2 million participants per annum by 2023. So again, looking at the economy, the growth is too slow and the capacity of the economy has fallen. SA has a long-term path of low per capita growth that is not sustainable given our challenges. NDP target by 2020 was to lift the growth to an average of 4.6%. And the employment expands by about 0.6% to 0.7% for every 1% GDP growth. With NDP implementation growth will have been above the average with a rebound from the global economic crisis. Instead of average growth was 2.2% and has fallen to about minus 7.0% in 2020 due to the COVID-19. The GDP growth has declined also by this 0.7% in the second quarter of 2022. This significant loss of economic capacity means a rebound is challenging. And population growth is 1.6% per annum, which means we are getting poorer and poorer. So this is just a graph indicating the trends South Africa in relation to other countries such as Argentina, Mexico, Brazil, as well as Indonesia. So you can see that countries on par at the level of in 1960s lifted up with generation of commitment to structural changes and investment in people. Even after 1994, the upper middle income countries passed South Africa. And in 2002, South Africa was 5% below the average per capita income. So as you can see from the trends of the graph that I'm showing. So South African patterns of economic growth does not generate jobs and the livelihood opportunities at the required scales to overcome unemployment and poverty. So South Africa struggles with the legacy of deep structural challenges, high levels of concentration across the many sectors, barriers to entry for SMEs, declining manufacturing and dominance of services, misalignment of skills production, supply versus skills demand, highly prioritized incomes, concentrated ownership and wealth, impeding Black economic participation, and economy which remains untransformed. Immediate binding constraint includes public finances, limiting ability of government to expand investment in economic development. Electricity supply has become a physical constraint on the growth, as we have seen with the recent lights out. South Africa remains one of the most unequal countries in the world. So in the next slide, I'm speaking about building capabilities and improving the quality of life. So NDP predicts a population growth of 58.8 million by 2030, which is now 60.2 million, looking at 2021 population estimate. So which means implications for service delivery and development targets, further youth development and unemployment challenges, looking at the demographic dividend, and which also include means that we also need to look at life expectancy, our health sector, social protection. So in terms of life expectancy, the NDP 2030 average life expectancy target of 70 years for all South Africans is under threat. The average life expectancy at birth dropped by 3.5 years by 2021. The death increased by 34%, mainly due to COVID-19. These are some of the stats that have been taken from the 2021 report. So in terms of social protection, the marginalized household typically rely on the free public service for health education. Poor households heavily overrepresented in former apartheid regions, and female-headed households have 48% probability of being poor. In terms of our health, building human capabilities in the health sector and managing and fighting COVID-19 remains some of the immediate priorities. The number of persons living with HIV increased from a figure estimated at 4.25 million by 2002 to 8.23 million by 2021. The prevalence of non-communicable diseases on the increase, thus posing a risk to become a leading cause of death. And the planned National Health Insurance System seeks to transform and integrate the public-private health financing. So still on human capabilities and improving the quality of life, we also look at education. The overall, there has been a system improvement in the education sector, but education quality is still far too low. General transitions, 70% of secondary school grads aged 20 to 34 and 67% of 24-year-old Black post-secondary students exceeded parents' education level. Significant progress in learner achievement to 2011, but slowing improvements since then. Significant rise in bachelor passes in the quintiles 1 to 3 schools from 35% in 2008 to 57% in 2016. So deficits are concentrated in poorest 80% of the schools, at least 2 grade levels behind in curriculum. And also the performance in terms of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics subject has not improved. Number of Black university students tripled, and with a growing number in contact universities, as well as concentration around science, engineering, technology subjects. TVET enrollment also doubled over from 2010 to 2015 to 737,000. So transforming human settlements and space economy. The programs such as National Housing Subsidy Incentive, the use of the most affordable land. The demand for housing has been influenced by urbanization, which has increased the number of informal dwellings and demand for infrastructure. The housing functions to larger municipalities has not yet been changed. And some cities have developed bus rapid transit systems, but they have been found to be expensive and not always well-focused. So continuing with building human capabilities, it's talking about empowerment of people living with disabilities. So persons with disabilities in South Africa constitute 7.74%, which is about 3.8 million of the total population, according to the census statistics of 2011. So the education access, so it shows that 24.2% of persons with disabilities aged between 5 to 24 years were not attending schools in 2016. And the percentage dropped to 21.1 in 2011 to 24.2% in 2016. Employment access, number of Black university students tripled with a growing numbers of contact universities in science, engineering, technology subjects, and also speaking to the enrollment. So overall findings, employment of persons with disability remains just under 1%, lower than 2% of the target as per the Employment Equity Act. So the white paper on the Integrated National Disability Strategy established disability mainstreaming policy position, but did not translate it into a system-based approach for disability rights mainstreaming. Persons with disabilities still have limited access to education and employment. Persons with disabilities are more affected by global and the national disasters, such as what we have just passed through, which is COVID-19. So the recommendations that are put forward is that we should have programs that improve legislative policy frameworks for disability to strengthen the mainstreaming, and also looking at standardizing and regulating collections, collation and dissemination of disability by the statistics, SA, and the government departments, and strengthen the disability legislation policy administrative frameworks through government wide range monitoring and evaluation systems in order to track the related implementation and impact. And also another recommendation is to accelerate the implementation of disability processing programs intended to provide equal access to education, health system, employment, social assistance services. All government departments to aim at mainstreaming provision of programs targeted at persons with disabilities. And also looking at women, economic participation and gender. So we also look at some of the issues around that occurred in 2015's audit, which shows that individuals own 9% of the land in the country. So 47% is recorded as owned by men and 17% by women. The remaining 36% is co-owned and owned by both male and female and has other types of ownership. Men own more land in terms of hectares than women in all provinces except the Northwest. However, nationally, women own 50% compared to men of 44%. This is because women tend to own smaller, even and probably more often at urban land. 2010 surveys of 3,000 randomly selected women in 3X homelands areas, Northwest, KwaZulu-Natal, and Eastern Cape, showed mainly single, married, and widowed women being allocated land, including in cases where they did not even have children. For single and widowed women, the percentage who acquired the plot themselves was much higher after 1994 than before 1994. So local people in all three areas said this change in living laws happened because of the 1996 Constitution and not because of other laws. Some gender advocates see women economic empowerment mainly as an increase in the number of earnings of women entrepreneurs. And some say this is especially important because women are more likely than men to work in informal sectors. So building human capabilities also speak to the uneven distribution of childcare burden, which speaks to saying women age 65 plus outnumber men in all three types of areas. looking at urban, ex-homeland, commercial farms, reflecting the gender, reflecting their greater longevity, and the imbalance is largest by the far ex-homeland areas. Children account for 37% of the ex-home population compared to 27% of population in urban and commercial farm areas. Across all of the areas, adult women are more likely than adult men to be living in households that contain children, and women and men in ex-homeland areas are more likely to be living in households with children. Another point is that older people in ex-homeland who are overwhelmingly women are thus much more likely than those in other areas to do unpaid care work in the form of childcare, given the relative absence of working age people in these areas. So still speaking to the issue of building human capabilities, the major achievement is the rollout of the social protection for poor and vulnerable citizens and communities, supported by the fiscal policy through the example social grants, delivery of basic services, and health and education. However, many of the poorest households are not benefiting from full range of available funded provisions. There is an urgent need to reinforce the role of social protection in reducing poverty, social inequality, as well as promoting economic development through equitable, inclusive strategies. And to also look at the close attention that we need to look into in consolidating all elements of social wage as part of the social protection floor and effective delivery of social wage to the poorest household. The outbreak of COVID-19 has reinforced the case for social protection floor and the need for pathways towards a universal basic income grant for unemployment adults between the ages of 18 and 59. So speaking to the issue of building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, which I've mentioned as one of the priorities, the National Development Plan envisages a state capable of transformative and developmental roles to grow the economy and deliver the services through a well-coordinated, functional public institution and capable, ethical, professional public servants. So some of the challenges in the states includes unstable political administrative interference, including high turnover of HODs from 2.7% in 2014 to 3.8 years in 2017, according to the DPME report. So lack of coordination between the three spheres, entrenched culture of silos, and fragmented planning. High levels of corruptions. In 1994 to 1995, the murder rate stood to 69% per 100,000, and by 2011 to 2012, it had decreased to a low 29% per 100,000. Since then, the murder rate has increased to 36% per 100,000. Contact crimes registered a 60.6% increase in 2021 and 2022 first quarter. So JPCS challenges include inadequate visibility policing, courts backlog, lack of capacity, inadequate training and skills of South African Police Service, insufficient coordination and community-based approach to crime prevention and safety. So building a capable and developmental state also includes addressing some of these issues that I've mentioned: spatial and social and economic injustice, high crime levels, segregations, lack of trust. So deeply entrenched inefficiencies and inequalities in settlement patterns, lack of integration between housing plans, land use, and transforming and bulk municipal infrastructure investment, including against vulnerable, violent service delivery protests, breaking down between government and the citizens. Prevalence of divisions along race, class, gender, and ethnicity lines pose social cohesion challenges. Citizens lack of trust in government, as well as absence of active citizenry in the national development implementation. In 2019, the levels of trust in all three spheres of government remained below 50%, and the national at 42%, provincial 36%, and the local at 34%. That's according to the DPME report. So in terms of progress, administrative head of public services, the National Implementation Framework for Professionalization of the Public Service, which has been recently adopted in Parliament, and also looking at the district development model, stabilizing the state-owned enterprise governments, fighting corruption as well. So what are some of the implementation challenges? Key National Development Plan implementation prerequisites were not met, which also looks at focused leadership, NDP as a plan for all, not just for the government, institutional capability, resource mobilization, fiscal resource allocation to consumption and investment, impact of contestations on implementation trade-offs, and social compact, and also inability to prioritize in governments despite tighter fiscal constraints, weakening of government institutions, in particular state-owned enterprises, the blurring of lines between political and administrative functions, institutional challenges that require attention were not addressed. So the National Development Plan review findings gives us some of these few points in summary. So it says 8 years since the National Development Plan has been adopted, progress towards achieving its main goal has been slow. NDP did not also spell out the implementation plan beyond the broader approach. The National Development Plan anticipated that achieving traction and progress will require a paradigm shift, the development cycles, but that did not happen. Underperformance of various targets, especially poverty, unemployment, and inequality, remain, an increase in crime, violence against stress, and negative national sentiments. Private sector is largely withdrawn, lacks confidence and initiatives, which has impacted investment, growth, and employment. Although the NDP has broad stakeholders and social support, this did not translate into robust implementation. The envisaged broad social compact behind the plan did not also emerge. The economic and social spatial legacy of the apartheid continues to undermine South Africa's competitiveness and potential. The capacity of the state to drive the National Development Plan has eroded, and government weakened in the key state institution, ineffective support to SMMEs, rising debt, and collapsing confidence. And lastly, South Africa's social economic challenges pose intractable hurdles to promote social cohesion and social compacts as envisaged in the National Development Plan. Thus, looking at all these challenges, there is a need for a course corrections to get NDP back to track on its envisaged path to 2030. This entails crafting an implementation strategy going forward, focus on tackling the most pressing issues. So, looking at the NDP implementation framework, informed by these issues raised by Cabinet on the review. So the bigger question is, so what? So we need to really prioritize on this. So based on the NDP review and other research, NPC consolidated proposal for implementation in the next 8 years to 2030. The Commission framed this proposal as an NDP implementation pathways. Pathways are high-level action-oriented approach towards 2030 based on NDP strategic directions and plans, focused on building capabilities of the state, the people, as well as ensuring that we have a transformative economy. So these are the pathways which I've just mentioned, which we call pathways to implementation of the NDP. So the first pathways looks at enhancing the state capacity, improving the quality of life for all, activating citizen participation in implementation of NDP, addressing spatial, social, and economic injustice, and growing an inclusive economy. So building a capable, ethical to grow the economy and deliver services to the nation through a specialized, skilled, professional public service with a strong leadership and capacity to plan, respond, and ensure meritocratic appointments. So also in terms of improving the quality of all of life, social protection flow and system that builds human capabilities through the early childhood, schooling, and access to quality and universal healthcare, addressing all the vulnerabilities. And to also rally society to ensure that the citizen works together behind the National Development Plan implementation, as well as strong leadership from government, participatory government, and social partnerships. Another pathways is to look at enhancing spatial integration, human settlement, and local government to ensure fair allocation of public resources across the space, and that needs of the people are addressed first, and the basic services reach those that are that needs most of these interventions. So growing inclusive economy through transforming the economy structure, developing the skills, building the small businesses, raising the investment, and including infrastructure, harnessing the technology, and addressing the climate change issues that we always come across. So growing an inclusive economy, so is taking into account some of the long-term plans that are in place, also looking at some of the short-term plans, looking at the mid-term strategic framework to ensure that all these plans coherently they work towards ensuring that all these issues are addressed and plans are not developed in silos, but however they speak to one vision of growing the economy. So growing an inclusive economy, there are actually critical actions that have been put forward. So in long term, strengthening the foundation of economic development by addressing the following. So looking at change of ownership patterns through strong implementation of transformation policies, and also the land question and expansion of agriculture, economic concentration reduction through promoting greater competition, reducing the entry barriers and regulatory burdens of SMMEs and providing access to finance, as well as industrialization and economic diversification, which includes through supportive microeconomic policies and innovation and digitalization. So skill shortages and mismatch by strengthening education and training systems and greater involvement of employers into the developmental skills policies, programs, and curriculum. Infrastructure backlogs, in particular water, energy, transport, and strengthening the state and the state-owned enterprise capacity. And also other action items include the climate change by ensuring a just transition to a low carbon economy, as well as the economic reconstruction recovery plan as a basis to develop a broad social compact to ensure a more inclusive economy. In short term, the use of ERRP to revitalize economy recovery through the following: to restore confidence in budget process and commitments to fiscal framework, to deal with electricity constraint and spectrum allocation, implement township and rural support programs and local economic development initiatives, and effective support in implementation of public employment programs, as well as provide support to revitalize tourism industry, enhance focus on trade and investment within the region and continent. So in terms of social, as well as social building human capabilities, we look at social protection, education, and health. So there, the action items that are put forward is to strengthen the social protection flow by consolidating the social wage, which includes some of the social grants I spoke about, especially the implementation of basic income grant, to also improve accountability to ensure a better education outcomes, to build effective leadership and management at schools and district level, to accelerate the implementation of the national integrated ECD policy through the development of first 1,000 days comprehensive programs, and strengthen transition of students from low and middle income communities from schooling through there are various stages of work to improve contribution towards the TVET system to skill-based economy. Also, in terms of health, looking at advanced implementation of the national health insurance and work towards universal health coverage. And in terms of state capacity as well, some of the action items to intensify the progress being made to rebuild the state capacity and strengthen critical institutions, to decisively address the political administrative interferences, and also implementation of cabinet-approved national anti-corruption strategy, and also to finalize, implement integrated crime, violence, and prevention strategy, and improve capacity to deal with the crime investigation forensic analysis. In terms of human settlement, we look at action items such as implement the discrete development model, as well as cohesive national spatial framework for integrated sustainable human settlements and improve access to basic services, and also address spatial inequalities by ensuring more people live closer to a place of work with better quality public transport and more jobs in close to dense and urban townships. And also we look at active citizenry, where we look at uniting and rallying the nation behind the National Development Plan, and also looking at the social cohesion initiative to build and unite the nations and rebuild trust between the state and its citizens. So in terms of reducing the inequality and unemployment, so the action items here include growing the economy and promoting inclusive to deal with the structural causes of employment, creating jobs in labor-intensive sectors, expanding rollout of public employment programs and welfare services, supporting SMMEs, promoting education and skills development, consolidating existing programs, which also speaks to the basic income grant that I spoke about earlier, and prove coverage and quality of basic service provisions. Strengthen primary health care, district-based health programs, review the current fiscal approach as well. So this is where we are now in 2022. So where we speak about implementing National Planning Commission proposal through the existing plans. So again, the three core challenges still remains of poverty and employment inequality. And we believe through prioritization, we can actually ensure that we make the much needed impact where it's supposed to happen. So the implementation, key principles and prerequisites. Successful implementation is dependent on availability of resources, recognizing the prevailing constrained fiscal space, also trade-offs, priorities, and optimal fiscal stance. So this is also to look at partnership, co-ownership, and collaboration, which speaks to the whole of government, also the whole of society coming together towards ensuring that some of these issues are addressed. Prioritization and focusing, as well as resources, as well as monitoring, as well as measuring the progress as we are making it and working it towards 2030, as well as ensuring that there's leadership and there's accountability in everything that we do. So the NPC reviews of National Development makes the following observation regarding implementation. So we make recommendations such as we need focused leadership. We also need to ensure that there's institutional capability, resource mobilizations, agreement on trade-offs, social compact on how people tackle poverty and employment and inequality. And that's how to translate that policy and high-level aspiration into the actual implementation is critical. So this requires robust monitoring and measurement tools and uniform and consistent indicators. So NPC working with DPME has drafted an indicator to measure the NDP implementation framed by the 3 National Development Plan Apex priorities: growing and transforming economy, developing human capabilities, and building a capable state. So 54 National Development Plan objectives, targets drawn from 15 chapters of the plan, and 159 indicators to annually assess the progress over a period 2021 to 2030. So FOSAT agreed to do further work on this area and also focusing on data gathering systems and evaluations extra to measure the impact over time. And also to underpin the future planning, drawing lessons learned and as we mark our 10 years in 2022. So in terms of implementation, monitoring and measurements, so we foresee a joint government approach, all society, all social partners to collectively measure the NDP implementation and its impact. And this includes all these organizations that I've listed here, DPME, Stats SA, National Treasury, DPSA, also talking to the input indicator, output indicator, and the outcomes that needs to be. So in terms of my concluding remark, I can say since NDP was adopted, the progress has been slow towards achieving its main goal, and South Africa underperforming on various targets, especially poverty, unemployment, and inequality, now aggregated by the COVID-2019. Social protection and social wage has been key and now more crucial. And the progress achieved on some health, education, and access to services indicators. Overall priority is to accelerate economic recovery and reconstructions. To this end, the focus attention on the role and the capacity of the state and deepening specific policy interventions levers around the key developmental priorities informed by the NDP still remains important. So the NPC drafted framework to assist NDP implementation during the period 2021 to 2030. The detailed planning based on the NPC proposal is current midterm strategic framework as revised post-COVID, as well as aligning it to the economic reconstruction recovery plans and other sectors of government. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I'm struggling to unmute. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramatsetse. I think by now members have realized that this is the anchor document of our engagement, giving us a very broad perspective on the National Development Plan and also of the role of the NPC in ensuring that Vision 2030 is being achieved. We will continue now. We have for today still one other speaker. That is the South African Law Reform Commission, Advocate JB Skosana, as well as Mr. Nelson Matibe, the Secretary of the SALRC. So if you can continue with the presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramatsetse, once again. Sana. The South African Law Reform Commission. Mr. Matibe. Thank you.
I'm trying to thank Honorable Deputy Chair, is JB Scott, and I'm trying here to load the presentation.
Yes, yes, Advocate, you're welcome to. Is there any assistance that those officials can give?
But perhaps, Chair, if they can load from their side, it can also expedite time.
Deputy Chair, if I may, Mr. Dlabazana is able to assist. So Advocate Skosana can stop sharing and then Mr. Dlabazana will share.
Okay, I'm doing so.
Advocate, if you can just continue sharing, we will allow Mr. Dlabazana to assist you with sharing.
I'm doing so, Chair.
Okay, but we are still seeing your screen.
That's it.
Zoe, assist.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Honorable House for the invitation. I will start by extending the apology from the chairperson, Justice Colapen. He's sitting today in the Constitutional Court that dealing with the matter of the suspension of the public protector, and I think it was important that they have a full quorum for that hearing. And he asked me to share some thoughts with the committee members. And I'm with Mr. Nelson Matiba, who's the secretary. I'm the full time commissioner in the Southern Law Reform Commission, having been with the department for quite some time, over 2 decades or so. And I welcome this opportunity to engage the committee once more. Chair, I'm going to be try to be very brief. I will try to condense the project in terms of highlighting what we believe will be critical for this summit. But I want to start by introducing what the Commission is and how it engages with the work of Parliament and also with the work of government departments. Firstly, the Commission comprises of 9 members, chaired by a judge of the Superior Court and 8 other members who are appointed by the President. And the President must appoint them from fit and proper persons, and are drawn from the ranks of judicial officers, advocates, attorneys, and professors at law. And obviously, they must all possess the necessary expertise to lead the law reform program. Like Parliament, it also works through committees. We've got a working committee that comprises of members of the Commission, but we also have advisory committees which are appointed in respect of the various projects that we always engage with from time to time. And behind everything else, there's a body of researchers which are public servants, but I think there's always attempts made to draw from the best pool of the researchers in terms of various aspects of the law. And when I come to the next slide, we basically understand how is the mandate of the Commission is. And I think if you can look at that mandate, it cuts across all the 7 priorities of the systemization. In terms of the act, the Commission shall conduct research with reference to all branches of the law of the Republic, all. And when I'm saying all, it's not only security, it's not only land affairs, it's not only public, all branches of the law, and also to investigate such law in order to make recommendations for the development, improvement, modernization, or reform thereof, including the repeal of obsolete or unnecessary provisions in law, the removal of anomalies, and they bring about uniformity in the various parts of the Republic, consolidation and codification of common law, and steps that are obviously all the steps that need to be taken to make sure that our law is consistent with the Constitution. Next slide. Yes, and how it does its work is that the Minister of Justice is the land function minister who approved the program of the Commission. So different from a government department, the Commission receives suggestions from anywhere. It can receive suggestions from ordinary members of the public, from Parliament, from anywhere in order to carry out its function. And once we have received those suggestions, we are then able to compact a program, sent to a Minister of Justice, and we're able to determine how we're going to prioritize the project of investigations that lie with the Commission, etc. And the greatest aspect is its role to consult with the body or any other person. In this respect, is similar to the role of Parliament. Our public participation process is very elaborate, and more so that the consultation must take into account the demographics of the country, the state of illiteracy, and all the issues of access in terms of the technology, etc. So we spend quite a lot of energy engaging workshops, trying to understand what the views of the people are before we can basically try to analyze what actually must happen in respect of the particular law, etc. And we produce papers. There are three kinds of papers that we produce, which are critical for this exercise. One, we produce issue papers, and issue paper outline the base for the investigation. It states out what the problem is, what the concern is, what is the input which have been received in relation to the law. Then afterward, and then it invites inputs. But those inputs are at a preliminary level. Then it's followed by discussion papers. The discussion papers start to articulate what could be possible solutions to those issues raised. And then the last report is the last document is the report of the commission with an accompanying draft bill. So those three processes are very critical. But Chair, let me also hasten to say that that is the entire process that we have adopted. But the Act allows the Commission to also adopt the same process as described in the Commissions of Inquiries Act of 1997. That is the very same process which the Zondo Commission have adopted, the very same process for any Commission of Inquiry. We can adapt that process in terms of any legislation that needs to be considered. The project included in the system administration, which is critical to this process. Currently, we've got 19 projects ongoing, and 3 of them were added to the system administration. And coincidentally, or fortunately, those projects relate directly to MTSF, the NDP. The first one is the repeal of the colonial and apartheid legislation, which is our project 149. The second one is the criminal justice reform project, and the third one is the civil justice reform project. Now already this year, we have issued a total of 7 discussion documents, which were published for public comments, and I think there are processes underway to evaluate the submissions and engage with the various advisory committees to make sure that whatever gets recommended is can articulate the clear view of what emerged from the ground. Next slide. Right, arising from this discussion document, there are certain projects which come a long way, but we finalize them in this current financially. And it's very important to highlight some of them because they basically, some of them talk to a whole notion of the developmental agenda of government and the need to create a rule of law dispensation. The first one basically was the whole issue of the harmonization of prescription period. That is the period allowed for people to sue others or the state, etc. The second one was the threat of Twala, which must be aware that at some point was caused quite a contentious debate, etc. And the third one is legal fees, including access to justice and other interventions, which we published in March 2022. The Twala report has not been published yet, but I think we're in the final stages of quality check, and I think it will be published as soon as even the department is giving their views in terms of that. Maternity and paternity benefits for self-employed workers in an informal economy. We know that many people have been found easier to escape culpability for maintaining their offspring because they simply come and say, we're not employed. And the law was not strong enough to basically give the court the powers to be able to drill into this aspect. This process addresses those aspects. And then a single marriage statute, as we know that we've got our system allows different types of marriages. And I think there's always been that view that we need to harmonize them into one, and it's a project of the under Home Affairs. And now, Chair, I'm going to zoom into the projects which are directly linked to the MTSF or the NDP in terms of our current administration. In 2020, the minister requested the Commission to undertake the review of the criminal and civil justice systems. Into the request, the Commission is required to align the two systems, the Constitution and its values and principles and ethos. The reform mandate includes the reform of outdated legislation pertaining to each, the modernization and digitization of the systems to ensure efficiency and effective functioning of the courts. And I think COVID-19 have shown us that there's so much that we need to change in terms of how the courts operate in order to respond to a reality that basically bedevils the system today. The Commission is considering measures to accelerate the Criminal Procedure Act reform with a view to target its introduction in the current term of administration. The new Criminal Procedure Act is part of the MTS deliverables. There's a requirement that this act must have been tabled into Parliament, and we know that Parliament will still have its own process in terms of doing the legislation. But obviously, from the side of the drafting, whatever, it's necessary to make sure that it reaches the shores of Parliament in this administration. There are a few things around the Criminal Procedure Act that needs to be alluded to, and I think some of the things that are happening today talks to that reality. The police powers of arrest proven by sued civil claims against unlawful arrest and unlawful prosecution, which drain into the resources of the state, needs to be reformed. The bail laws, including methods of payment of bail, we still in this country still pay bail in terms of cash, even if we have not yet introduced the whole system of bail bonds, the whole system of property, whatever. You may have enough money in an unliquid form, but if it cannot be changed into liquid, there's no way that the court will accept it, because our law is still based on the cash arrangement. Next slide. The section 342A on the acceleration of hearing of cases, addressing the issue of postponement, including the issue of cost. Chair, it's almost certain that any person arrested going to court tomorrow, the case will be postponed or withdrawn for further investigation. And these two processes lead to huge case backlogs. And the problem is not in appointing more judges and more magistrates, whatever. The problem is in how we work, how the system works faster to make sure that it can basically deal with this work effectively. And this working faster includes the whole issue of the modernization of the criminal justice system, the use of technology, as well as the effective case flow management by the judiciary. All these things need to be embedded in law for them to be given effect to that process, strengthening the victim-centric approach to the Criminal Procedure Act, including the review of sentencing dispensation, minimum sentencing, non-custodial sentencing, and community services and restorative justice. Chair, I was speaking to some of our colleagues this morning that the crime stats released by the police clearly point to a justice system, the criminal justice system overstretched, because it does not adapted to new ways of doing things. We still use the Criminal Procedure Act, which was drafted in 1977, although it was amended quite a number of times. The basic fabric of the Act is based on the values that underpin the government in 1977. So any process of reviewing that Act must take into account the reality of our modern democracy today. Then, and also looking into a less adversarial criminal justice system in deserving circumstances, including the diversion to ADR processes. The adversarial justice system clearly dictates that the strongest person wins the case. So the ones who come to the best lawyer will defeat the ones who's unrepresented, etc., without basically going to a detail of the real aspect that affects the rule of justice and the fair administration of justice. These are all matters that need to be relooked, reviewed, and over the years, over the past 28 years, our courts have produced quite substantive jurisprudence, which point to areas or aspects that requires attention. And I think we have taken time to be where we are, but now that we are where we are, I think we need to move with speed so that Parliament can basically be seized with legislation that, for example, repeal the Transcribed Penal Code of 1983 that deals with the Routers Assemblies Act of 1956, that deals with the Intimidation Act of 1980. All those laws, which basically bedevil the system, are still part of our statute book. Now, here it says the legislation does not get abrogated by this use. It does not fall into this use because nobody uses it. It's only common law that can do that. Even if that law has not been repealed by a competent authority, parliament, it will still remain enforceable in terms of the system. Next slide. Now, it's one part. Criminal justice is one part, but the next important project which the committee will find interest in is the repeal of the colonial and apartheid legislation. It's Project 149. Chair, the previous dispensations were sustained on the basis of law. And the law was not only passed by parliament, there were hundreds of commissions which were appointed to investigate how laws can be drafted in a manner that advance the policy of the government of the day. And we know what those policies were. The Land Act of 1913, the Black Action Act of 19, all the Group Errors Act of 1950, they were all based on the recommendations of the commissions to make sure that the policies of government are taken forward in the legislation. Now, since 1994, there is an expectation that the law of the apartheid era legislation will be repealed through the normal process of parliament, that the land function ministries will investigate, will come with a bill, it will come to parliament, etc. We will take years to counter or to address the massive or maze legislation that were fast-tracked by the colonial and apartheid regimes to implement and entrench the system of racial discrimination. So in terms of what the NDP anticipate of changing the value system, creating equality, abolishing discrimination, and all those aspects, it will take us a long time if we follow the ordinary process which the previous government never followed anyway. I'm just stating this, Chair, because basically this project is going to allude to the challenge. Next slide. We have, before I come to that, let me also complete this slide. We have, through that project, published invitation for comment on the colonial and apartheid regimes. And submissions have come in, although the date have expired, they're still coming in. We will be issuing the first paper document, which will be the issue document. I've said that 3 documents: issue document, discussion, report. And we anticipate that the issue document will also lead to further engagement and also public participation with the process, and from which they'll also get massive laws that need to be reformed. We'll have to take a position on how those legislation are going to be addressed in order to fast-track this process. I'm just saying, Chair, that the Commission's meeting of December this year will be looking at the draft issue paper, which is currently being developed. And we hope that between now and the beginning of January or so, that paper will be published. And it's going to attract quite a lot of interest and debate. And I think around flowing from that, we are going to get to know how we're going to approach this issue. Now, I'm raising that point because it leads to the next point, which the Commission, which the invitation from the Deputy Chair also alluded to, that as we deal with the issues of meeting the deliverables or targets of the administration, must identify what have been the challenges that are facing this space. Firstly, obviously, is the drinking research expertise, like any other state entity or any other private entity. I think we're also losing quite experienced researchers through retirement, resignation, better offers, etc. And this leads to protracted investigations and affect the quality of the reports that gets produced, etc. And therefore, it's one matter we need to look into. Secondly, the public consultation process. And I think Parliament can speak better on the process. Getting the peoples to express their views, requires dynamic processes to reach even the most remote people, both in terms of spatial dispensation, as well as the level of literacy, and as well as the access aspects, etc. All those aspects are taken into account in relation to every policy project that we run on an ongoing basis. The inadequate resource allocation impact on the research tools. We rely mainly on the jurisprudence. What comes from the courts is very strict regard to research. When we deal with the laws that come from the appellate era, when we deal with the Criminal Procedure Act, we need to check what have been the court's approach in particular aspects, etc. We need to rely on the benchmarking from comparative research, etc. All this require resources. And the next point is we still experience delays from feedbacks by land function departments in providing prompt feedback and clear policy direction. Chair, policy mandate lies with the executive. Legislation lies with Parliament. Judicial lies with the authority, lies with the court. Now, in the process of investigation, we almost always identify key policies that need to be considered in order to move the next stage of the drafting process. And this depends on the policy response and policy articulation that come from the department, that have been articulated by the executive, that has been tested against the Constitution, that have basically gone through the court jurisprudence. And that is quite a tedious process, which basically affect the whole issue of the timeline in terms for delivery. The last point, which is not clear in the presentation, is the challenges that we encounter in the reforming of the common law. Common law principles are far more than what is written by Parliament in statute, because common law is based on the customs, it's based on the judgment, jurisprudence, etc. And if that area of the law is not reformed, it will basically entrench or perpetuate the inequalities and the discrimination that come from our past. And therefore, we need, as a big challenge, we need to have a clear, dedicated focus on how we are going to deal with the issue of common law, etc. Next slide. In the meantime, Chair, we are also looking at various means and mechanisms to ameliorate those challenges. And some of those challenges is basically the minister, the Honorable Minister of Justice, was upfront in terms of his commitment that they will provide additional resources to the Commission to be able to deal with the criminal procedure reform, so that the current target, the NDP, can be realized. And so it will be the case with the repeal of the old era legislation. Once it has been identified, there will be a process of prioritization. Some of the legislation will be so drastic and so horrible that it may need to be expanded as soon as possible from the legislation. I don't want to give examples with the current happenings of the recent days, but all the things that are happening, even from the judgments of the court that have come recently, point to our legislative framework. There's still a need that needs to go into the space. Part of the endeavors that we are taking to ameliorate the challenges is to request the land function departments, which around the criminal justice system will be your police service, your NPA, your legal aid, and the judiciary, to second knowledgeable experts to form part of the research teams of the Commission. The stats released by SAPS clearly point that our legislative process needs to be improved in terms of based on the criminal law crimes, but also in terms of how those crimes are processed around the criminal justice value system. If we don't do that, Chair, we will not be able to absorb will not be able to counter the current developments that are happening today at the end in this modern democracy. And as I conclude the last slide, Chair, I'm basically saying that the Commission stands at a very critical point in terms of the legislative mandate. We provide an advisory role to government departments. As I've indicated at the beginning, we don't only take, a Commission does not only take requests from government departments, it also goes deep to entities, to bodies, and to individual persons. And we are required to give due regard to a request that has been received by the Commission, etc. And despite all these challenges, it continues to do work, and we are hopeful and resolute that we'll still be able to meet the MTSF targets in terms of what we have received. And we're also mindful that even as we move along, we can still receive more input from the land function departments or from other entities, which may still stretch our capacity. But nonetheless, the Act allows us to be able to prioritize in terms of what areas we need to put forward first, so we can be able to meet the objectives of government. We are an advisory body to government, to a legislative process, and therefore our function must talk to the mandate. Although most instances we receive inputs from various areas, I can, if time was allowing, I'll share with the Commission some of the projects that we are busy with, etc. But in terms of the mandate that we get from our statutory legislation, we prioritize those which talk to the priorities of the government of the. So the 7 priorities of the system administration are always taken into account in terms of the legislative reform process. Chair, but I must say that we have not received an avalanche of inputs from the department in terms of those areas, and we do not have a clear mandate to investigate merit votes or on our own accord. We depend on the requests that come from the organs of state, departments, and everybody else. That's the only process that kickstart our investigation projects into our program. And so, Chair, we also interact, we also benchmark with law reform agencies across the globe, and I think some both from the African continent, where issues which are related to the African Charter of Human Rights becomes very central to your point. And we have also inputted into the development of a guideline, a practical guide to law reform, which is used by all Commonwealth countries in terms of the law reform mandates across the jurisdiction. Chair, these are inputs that we thought we can basically share with the Commission, and Mr. Mative and I will basically be able to zoom into any other matter or on any other question that the honourable members may wish to put forward in terms of our own function. Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Skosana. I missed you in October. We will now be having an engagement from the members. Members, it is your opportunity now to engage the discussion. If there is anything that you want to discuss or do want to input on. So that is your opportunity now. You can just indicate by raising your hands. Honorable Khai will be the first one. Let me just continue. And I'm taking more hands, please. Honorable Khai, you can ask any question to any of the panelists that have made presentations. They will be able to respond to this. And okay. Yes, Honorable Khai, you may start.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Greetings to you. Also greetings to the Chair of the NCOP, and also the greetings to the panelists. My question goes to the National Planning Commission. in the slides, Chair, the opening parts, they talk of weaknesses in coordination that have led to the policy inconsistencies and poor service delivery outcomes. If we could get a clarity with regard to those policy inconsistencies. My next question, Chair, is the point that is in the program on NDP, which talk about effectiveness of the MTSF in advancing the implementation. I just want to find out from the NPC if, in their view, is the MTSF a good implementation strategy? Also, given the fact that now in the presentation, the presenter talks of the NDP implementation framework, which has pathways. How is it different from the medium-term strategic framework, the NDP implementation framework pathways? But also a link to the issues of weaknesses in coordination, that the department that is a custodian of the facilitation of implementation of the NDP is the DPME. I just want to find out whether, because departments are all equal, doesn't that create a problem if one department supervises all the other departments? Isn't it also the reason why there is a lack of implementation of the MTSF or the NDP goals? Is because the departments are of equal status? Shouldn't we rather have an independent structure in terms of institutional arrangement that should be responsible for ensuring that the NDP goals are aligned to the departmental plans, and that is be done on a regular basis, rather than leaving it to the DPME, because the DPME itself is guilty of also not aligning its plans to the MTSF. For example, we received a report, Honorable Deputy Chair, from the Auditor General. They're making example of the MTSF plan on the creation of jobs that is in the MTSF. When you go to the DMP, when it talks to the issue of the jobs that will be created through Operation Pakistan, in the plan, it doesn't talk to what the MTSF says. It says something else altogether, because there are targets with regard to the MTSF, with regard to the job that will be created through Pakistan. It's about 402,950 jobs in terms of the target of the MTSF through Operation Pakistan. But when you go to the plans of DPME, it talks about, in terms of its plans, it talks about two integrated, in fact, it talks about reports that will be produced in responding to Operation Pakistan, instead of also having the number of jobs that will be created that are indicated in their own plans. That is just one example, but also other departments. Yesterday, we met with the as chairpersons, we met with the AG. She also took us through other departments that have been unable or failed to align their own plans with the MTSF. The mention of water and sanitation, where it talks about rehabilitation of dams. But when it comes to implementing that particular target. There's only one that has been achieved instead of 9, which equals to 11%. But also settlement, the breaking new ground houses 300,000 at the target, but only 49% that was achieved, which is 146,994. But also there are others with regard to refurbishment of and the fixing of the road by upgrading and refurbishment of the and maintenance of the road network. The target there was 7,995 kilometers. What has been achieved is only 744, which is equal to 9%. So I'm going back then to the issue whether we should not have a structure that is similar to HE, that should have a responsibility of monitoring. Because for me, whether you can come up with a new framework, which in this case the presenter refers to as the NDP implementation framework and pathways. But if there is no institutional arrangement, or the current institutional arrangement is weak to monitor, one, the alignment of the NDP goals or the MTSF with the plans of the departments, that new NDP implementation framework won't succeed. Secondly, or thirdly, is that sometimes departments will complain about, even if they have their plans, but those plans are also subjected to resources, and they will complain that they do not get enough resources to implement their plans, including the medium-term strategic framework or the goals of the NDP. You stop me, Chair, if I've got a couple of questions.
In actual fact, I've been allowing you because I think it is part of the discussion. But if you ask too many questions, the people won't be able to respond.
Let me give others a chance, then you can come back to me.
We can run through that because it is about discussion. Yes. So, Honorable Dodovu, we will give to you now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm driving, and I feel that it is not appropriate to switch on my video. You will pardon me. Firstly, let me welcome all the presentations. I think they are very much informative, well prepared and organized, and I really appreciate that. As I was driving, listening, I was inspired by the wealth of information that is coming out, and as members of parliament, we really need that as we strategize, as we plan, and as we make laws. And really, I appreciate the presentations. I'm having one question, Honorable Chair. It is in relation to, it is on the presentation by Advocate Skosana from the Law Review Commission. You know, throughout my life, especially since the advent of our democratic dispensation, I've been asking myself, why are we still using these old laws? Why can't we review these laws? Because for me, its values, its principles are not congruent, are not in line with the current political and constitutional dispensation. And some of these laws, one was learning about them in the 80s when I was in university. And these laws are still applicable. And what worries me is the fact that some of these laws are used on a daily basis and they keep on being amended. For example, the Criminal Procedures Act of Act number 51 of 1977. It is applicable every day in our courts as pertaining to the criminal matters. And since 1994, I don't know how many times this act has been amended. To this day, when you are charged, when trials are proceeding, when you found guilty, we use the Act number 51 of 1977, the Criminal Procedures Act. And you have a law review commission. Why don't we amend this act? Make it compatible with the current political dispensation. For me, it is a worrying factor, Honorable Chair, but it's not only this one. You have the other one, I think it's Act number 80 of 1968, that pertains to the civil liability of the state. You use it. And this is quite important. This is a law when you hold the state liable for the wrongs that are committed either by the police, by public servants, in the course of their duty, you sue the state. That law is applicable every day of our lives. And it can't be amended. I don't know why. It's not only these ones. There are a lot of acts around which gives me that particular problem. For example, there's another one. I don't know, it was done in 1947. It is still applicable. That pertains to the commissions. They're setting up commissions, how the commissions operate, and so on and so forth. The last commission that we all know is the Zondo Commission. It was created in terms of Act number what of 1947. And for me, Chair, I just really want to understand why there is no compelling need on the part of the Law Review Commission that such laws, which are used by ordinary South Africans, especially on a daily basis, why can't they be amended? For me, this is creating a problem. And maybe in clear-cut terms, I would know today is the day, I would know. Why can't we just once and for all package these laws that are important and they need to be amended to be compatible and to be in line with the current dispensation? For me, that is quite important. Lastly, Chair, the other one that I forgot, it is the Prescription Act that prescribes when to lodge a civil claim or what, something like you are giving 3 years to do such a thing. There is a law that was passed in 1969 or 68, whatever the date is. It is still applicable when you go to court, and it has been amended over time. And under the circumstances, why don't you just make it compatible with the current developments, current constitutional dispensation? That is the only question that I have for now, Honorable Chair. But as I said, I'm very much inspired, and these presentations are very, very much helpful. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Dodovo. I just want to remind the members that this is a direct broadcast on 408 DSTV. So it is very good if you can just show your faces on your by opening your videos. The next question will be coming from Honorable Kenny Moima. Okay, Honorable Moima. Honorable Moima.
Thank you, Provincial Chair, Deputy Chair, for an opportunity. My apology again also, not undermining what you have just said. Just two areas that I want to canvas, share with the commissioner, the commissioner. Among the key areas that the National Planning Commission is charged with, clearly a worrying aspect is the challenges that were raised. But what gives us comfort is the last slide that was raised, which clearly appreciated the fact that the progress has been slow towards achieving its main goals. And there are a number of areas that are raised there why we underperform. That has been identified as key, and progress that has been registered with regard to health and education. But I think, as the last slide says, we are left with 8 years towards achieving our 2030 goals. What is it that can be done in the next coming 2 years, just to make sure that the areas that has been identified as holding speed in terms of implementation of our targets are achieved? I think the idea will be able to ensure that within these 8 years, it is broken down into 2 to 3 phases, such that at least we are then able to ensure that there is the terms of making sure that comes 2030 at least progress has been reached. I'm raising this point especially by virtue of the area that was built on by Honorable Khai, particularly around the extent to which, to a certain extent, the departments that oversee planning commission to a larger degree also impact on your speed in terms of making progress. One of the targets that they had was to produce the reports on alignment between the national budget and planning government priorities. And this target was not reached in the 2020 financial year, precisely because of due delays that were identified. And it's an area that are you not impacted on the ability of our planning process with regard to your success? Because it cannot be correct that the explanation that is given in terms of this target not being reached is that the national planning, the approval of the appointment of the National Planning Commissioners Secretariat was received very late towards the end of third quarter, which resulted in failure to be able to do your work. I think this is a very worrying aspect. So my take from you will be planning process, whether it is supply chain, whether it is other critical areas, you are in a driving seat to be able to mitigate this aspect. The second point that I want to raise, it relates to Advocate Kosana in relation to the transformation of the judiciary, the role of the South African Law Commission in transforming the judiciary. I think the last paper that we had on transformation of the judiciary was in 2012, and it has been it was quite pronounced. But I think what would be critical is appreciating the in terms of consolidating and cementing our embryonic constitutional democracy. But what worries is the last 12 months, where definitely the judiciary has received a lot of, not a lot, but criticisms, and to a larger degree from prominent public role players, which to a certain extent creates a dent in terms of the work that the positive role that the judiciary is playing in terms of consolidating our rights. Because the reality of the matter is that whether it is first and second generation rights as consolidated under Chapter 2 of our Constitution, the reality of the it is structured in such a way that whoever, no matter who you are, whether you are in the executive, whether you are in the legislature, once there is room to suggest that the values essentially in the Constitution around transparency and accountability to a larger degree is compromised in your decision-making processes, the only solution that we have that has proven to be on the part of the people is the courts, because they have intervened. So how do we ensure, what is it that the Commission can do in order to ensure that at a public level, more positive messages comes out to be able to cement this as positive role that the Commission is playing, but in conjunction. Was it not because of this constitutional democratic dispensation? To a larger degree, one is afraid that dictatorship could be creeping in through the back door. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Moima. We are going to revert to the presenters. I think particularly the Planning Commission, there was quite a range of questions that came your way. Maybe we must ask Advocate Skosana to respond first, and then we will give to Dr. Ramatsitsi and those that will be with him responding to the issues. Advocate Skosana.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. And I think there were two questions which I'm going to respond to them swiftly. Let me start by saying that I did indicate in my presentation that the apartheid regime considered legislation as a national project, and they put all effort to legislate on almost everything to make sure that everything, discrimination was written in all spheres of life. That was the strategy. And after 1994, everybody acknowledged that this loss must be repealed. But what the Constitution did check, it basically allowed a process of rationalization. So it allowed those legislation to remain in the statute book subject to rationalization, and which rationalization was not even time frame. And I think perhaps because of the time-consuming effort of the legislation, etc. So we need a very similar approach to undo those legislation. I'm emphasizing we cannot do them in the normal course of legislating. And that report is going to invite many submissions. I can tell you in the Administration of Justice legislation, I can mention that currently, as we see today here, although the Constitution allows customary law to be part of our law, our law still recognizes in one instance the Wills Act of 1966. It still tells you that the wills must be written, must be in a written form, it must be between two witnesses, signed between two witnesses, not in the presence of beneficiaries. Customary laws wills dispensation is different. Our parents, our grandparents will call the children and say, I give you this cattle, I give you this field of maize, whatever. When you go to your court, it's unconstitutional, it will not be taken because we have not integrated the whole customary law dispensation into part of our law. That requires development of common law, and it requires the whole effort itself. So I can basically acknowledge that there's quite a lot to do, But I think what's important is that the process of Abia 2, it's basically an indictment on all of us on putting measures that we can all own up in terms of looking into this legislation. And I think it's really important to prioritize which legislation is critical to blocking the people's rights and civil liberties, and study those ones first before we move to the rest of the session. I can imagine it's not only the act or legislation, it's also part of the provision. The CPA, Criminal Procedure Act, was enacted right at the height of hostility arising from the June 1996 unrest. And you imagine the language in the act that will come from that perspective. The amendments which have been effected on the legislation are mostly coming from jurisprudence, from what get kicked out by the courts. So we don't need to wait until people take the law to court to challenge it. There must be a comprehensive process to make sure that those acts are basically reformed. And as I've said, it needs to adopt a national legislation program and a strategy that will basically take into account what is critical at the end of the day. The next point by Honorable Mimang, I hear you. Yes, the transformation of the judiciary has been an ongoing process over some time. And when I'm going to take off my commission's head and where my department's head is that part of the MTSF, there is a deliverable there in the MTSF that there must be rules of engagement amongst the branches of the state must be developed to ensure that all branches of the state operate in a harmonious way and basically recognize each other's terrain and independence and constitutional role, etc. That's very critical. And I know Minister Lamola is dealing with that process, and I dealt with part of the proposal around that space, and I hope that it will basically be able to be brought forward. What it will do, it will respond fully on the constitutional obligation for organs of state to support, to assist and support the judiciary to ensure its impartiality, independence, dignity, and all those qualities and principles in the Constitution. Remember, the judiciary cannot protect itself. It is from the other organs of state that must ensure that it is fully protected. But those rules of engagement must also detail on what is the interface. How is the judiciary going to occupy the very same space in the governance? Because they are coming for the first time in the governance space in terms of South African constitutionalism. All this time it was parliamentary sovereignty. Courts were never in the equation. Now they've been brought into the equation in 1994. And the Constitution does not develop the rules similar to Chapter 3. Chapter 3 developed the rules of intergovernmental relation across the three levels of government, how local, provinces, and national must interact. We don't have rules that goes horizontal against the judiciary, the executive, and the legislation. And the sooner that gets developed, the more it becomes clearer that every person stays within that lane. As long as we don't have those rules, it becomes fluid. And when it's fluid amongst the three branches of state, it becomes easier for anyone outside the government framework to basically jump on the bandwagon and attack or basically ignore or undermine the judiciary. All those are basically part of the work that must still unfold. You have put correct that much work was done in 2012, and I think there have been quite a lot happening, but there's still quite a lot of work to unfold. But Minister Lamola is ably dealing with the process, and I think Parliament will soon be seized with some of the measures that may assist in this space. Thanks, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Advocate Kosana. We will now give over to Dr. Ramatsitsi. Doctor, I think you can also identify whoever you feel should be responding, but I can see you are right and ready. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. So I think I'll respond to the question from Honorable Moedimang about the next 8 years priorities.
It's
Yes.
Moimang. The other one is High, and the other
Oh,
one is
okay.
Dodovo. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. So I think as a National Planning Commission, we are the third National Planning Commission. We have already developed our strategy for the next 5 years up to 2026. And we have noted some of these challenges that I've spoke about that are also indicated in the diagnostic report. I think based on that, we were able to come up with a strategy to say we need to really prioritize, especially areas that we can actually make the greatest impact. For instance, in our commission, we're actually guided by the mandate that we are given to in order to ensure that we make the much needed impact. For instance, one of the mandates that is given to us is to lead the development of a strategy for a post-COVID-19 economy. So meaning to ensure that we use those lessons that we have learned through COVID to ensure that we plan better for the next 8 years, so that if such issues appear again, we are able to have a kind of interventions to avert them. So to also promote the acceleration of the National Development Plan implementation, and that's what we have been emphasizing even in our annual lekgotla, to say we need to emphasize on implementation. And then we've also engaged various stakeholders in government, also in the private sector, in order to ensure that we address some of those issues that I've mentioned. We have engaged other commissions that we are currently working closely with, such as the commission focusing on the climate change, the commission focusing on the 4IR, and other commissions such as your Human Rights Commission. And also, we still continue to emphasize on some of the issues that are critical towards addressing the issues of poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. And we keep on advising on those particular issues. And also, one of our strategy we emphasize on having futuristic kind of scenarios that will definitely assist us in terms of forecasting on which areas can we actually plan better, which areas need interventions to show that some of the targets are actually met. So I think we have to really also say is not only that some of the targets we are falling short, but there are some targets that we are also exceeding, and we need to also appreciate that. And another important part, which is also emphasized in the midterm strategic framework, is the aspects around monitoring and reviewing, and also assessing the progress. And that's what we have done well. And currently, we're busy with in kind of a platform, a dashboard that will assist us to be able to monitor all these different indicators that are mentioned in the National Development Plan going forward. And also, we have developed a number of international partnerships and networks around national planning going forward. So there's a number of interventions that are still ongoing towards addressing the 8 years remaining. So in terms of the questions that you have asked around midterm strategic framework, I'll ask my colleagues to come in there. Dr. Chuma.
Thank you.
Maybe I can assist, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Ramathodze. Thank you, Commissioner. I think the critical issues that have been raised in terms of the NDP and its alignment to the medium-term strategic framework remain critical in the fact that if the medium-term strategic framework is supposed to be a 5-year implementation plan or framework for a national development plan, that alignment should be whole. And one of the reports of the National Planning Commission have indicated the shortcomings of the very medium-term strategic framework in how it is aligned and how it measures the success towards the NDP. That is not to say it doesn't measure anything, but there are gaps. And when there are gaps, I think between the NPC and the DPME, there can be a collaborative and collective and partnership to make sure that there is improvement.
The second issue, I guess, is the issue of the independence of the NDP, of the NPC, and its role and ability to supervise, maybe not supervise, because currently it's an advisory body that is also concerned as a custodian of the National Development Plan. For them to be able to write a new development plan, they should be informed by a very strong evidence towards performance on the current NDP. And that independence, I think, can be strengthened again if they do assume that work beyond just being advisory. The roles can also be shared as we are talking about partnerships between those that are in government and those that are not in government. I am sure that Commissioner Molokwane will be able to assist on the matter of the alignment between budgets and plans, because those are some of the things that have dealt with. Now, the alignment between the NDP, the MTSF, and the short-term plans of the country. The NPC has the role to ensure that it advises, it comments on the short, medium-term, and long-term plans of even all the other sectors. What becomes very clear is when the NPC has written this almost a 10-year plan, which they call the pathways. In that document, what they advocate for is that these recommendations, these advisory priorities should find themselves in the MTSF and the short-term plans of the country. So they give those pathways, they give that advice on in terms of what needs to be prioritized. And it is expected, and we have seen in the current ERRP, you would start to see some of the elements that are there in the current recommendations of the NPC. You would also see in the MTSF, there's a lot of recommendations that align in terms of what is there in the NDP. The challenge again goes into the implementation. The implementation needs to be strengthened by further collaboration, further partnerships, bringing everybody on par. When you look at the current MTSF, it is still more inward looking as a government type of a measurement tool. And such can be strengthened and improved upon as we move into the next MTSF, which is the last MTSF before we get to 2030. It should be able to be a work that is done between the NPC and the DPME to strengthen and make sure that when we say NDP is a plan for the country, then that means that the MTSF that is meant to be a planning framework for that NDP is also carrying the same stature of being a 5-year plan of an NDP, which is a plan or a framework for the country and not just inward looking towards government alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Masiteng. Is there any other outstanding issues? We are still allowing the commission. Advocate Kosana, can we just determine whether there is something from the commission?
I think there is Commissioner Molokwane.
Okay, Chair.
Okay, yes, Commissioner Puli Molokwane, you may continue. We know whose sister you are.
Thank you, Honorable Lucas, and good afternoon to all members. I will talk to firstly the issue on the alignment of budgets to our plans. We have since found out as the commission, which is the exercise we did in the previous commission, which I served my first term in, that our budgets are not aligned to our plans. So we spend money haphazardly as a country. Not only do we have plans that are just government-centric, but we also allow for what I usually call pet projects, but not necessarily aligned with what we call the LOSTA and or the NDP. So in that regard, we don't really achieve our goals. The other issue is that we did an analysis of how much of the MTSF priorities are actually following the NDP. And we found out that we have between 60 and 70% as part of the MTSF. But unfortunately, if the 60 to 70 is not being followed to the latter, so there's no coherent working within the state as to work towards the same goal. And Honorable Khai asked if the MTSF is not a good tool. If it's properly aligned and it can direct the plans of the country, then that should be a good tool, because it was designed to be exactly that, to literally break the country's plans in 5-year chunks and as to achieve our 2030 goals. But then if our line departments and all entities do not even follow the MTSF, so we end up with next to zero achievement. And the example that was made of DWS is a classic example, because some years back, I was called by the Portfolio Committee of Water and Sanitation to talk to the fact that what does the NDP say? What does the MTSF say? What has the department achieved? And unfortunately, they had literally achieved next to zero. So we need to fix that as a country. We need to sing from the same hymn book. On the issue of the location of the NPC, we are currently busy with DPME on the planning framework bill. We do admit as the Commission that there is a need to revisit the location and the functions of the NPC. One of that being, can the NPC really hold anyone accountable? Because currently we do have a kind of a gentleman's arrangement where we have a plan, we have priorities, but there's actually we don't have the powers to hold anybody accountable if they don't follow the set plan. We hope that the framework bill will try to address those kind of issues, so that we do not have each and every department or entity of state spending money on what they feel is their priorities, but those priorities are not aligned with the national plan. The other thing that we have failed dismally as a state to do is to bring other parties, private NGOs and other partners, because we continue to talk about the plan as if it's a government plan, not a country's plan. So we really need to find that, close that gap and make sure that we get every other person to be part of this plan and we pull together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Molokwane. You've been actually speaking about things that have been raised over and over and over also by the Finance and Fiscal Commission. We will continue. Is there any other commissioner that want to respond before we give Advocate Skosana? Any other commissioner? Or anyone from the Planning Commission? If none, Advocate Skosana, you actually requested to say something.
Chair, thank you for the opportunity. In fact, I wanted to request the Commission's indulgence, the Chairperson's indulgence, that Mr. Matibe says something, because he just sent me some text which basically shows some shocking outcomes, and I think it speaks to that better. But I wish I was as courageous as Dr. Molokwane to say that as a state, we had failed basically to bring the statute book out of the way since democracy. And I gave example with one thing. The Crucial Court abolished the death sentence and left it to the state to put something in its place. And we still have to engage with the debate. And over the years, it have come to haunt us. But Chair, can I allow just Mr. Matibe to share some of the actual facts to respond to your questions that have come up in this discussion?
Oh, yes, Mr. Matibe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP, for the opportunity. I just wanted to add a few things to what Advocate Skosana has said, especially in relation to the question raised by the Honorable China Dodovu. The Commission embarked on a project which we called Project 25. It was about statutory law reform, law revision, and it was looking more at legislation that clearly contravened the equality provision of the Constitution. In the course of that investigation, we realized that there are more than 4,000 pieces of legislation in our statute book. And it's really a tall task to go through each of them, and you want to revise them. We are only given a few pieces of legislation that you can promote through Parliament. And if we were to go through all 4,000 of them, it would take decades. But piece by piece, we are working on that. One aspect that I also wanted to bring to the attention of this forum is that Honorable Dodovu also mentioned the Prescription Act. We have already looked at that piece of legislation. We have made a report. It was handed over to the minister in March, end of March. I think it has been published on our website. So it is a matter of the department looking at it, looking at our recommendations, and then decide whether when they'll promote it. In this Project 25 that I spoke about, Chair, we consulted every department, every national department, and all but two came to the party. They allowed us to look at their legislation. I think it was only the National Intelligence Agency that didn't want us to look at their legislation because they said they already had a program to review their own legislation, as well as, I think, the Department of Water Affairs, if my memory serves me well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Can I come in, Deputy Chair, on that aspect?
Who's speaking?
Kenny.
Okay, I don't know. You were in the snow. I thought your voice would be gone. Yes, you may continue, Honorable Moimang.
Yes, Deputy Chair. Just on the, towards the end of the fifth term, the Parliament embarked also on a program of reviewing the legislation that that Parliament has passed since 1994, with a view to assess its impact with regard to three areas. The first one was the issue of the uplifting of our communities from the social ills, the impact that that legislation in that regard, whether it is water, whether it is the issue of the social assistance, packages from child crisis to elderly, but also it looked into the extent to which laws passed as it pertains to land has been effective, and then it also assess the loss in regard to confronting the monopoly within the economy, particularly with regard to the fact that the structural constraints in the economy remains intact despite many laws that we have passed. South African Law Reform Review Commission does. Do they also look into such work that has been done by other agencies like Parliament has done? Did they have an opportunity to look into the product of the work that was led by former President Kgalema Motlanthe under the stewardship of the parliamentary speaker, Mebalet? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Moimang. The question is going to the commission or to the
commission,
law reform,
particularly the last speaker, Mtate Matibe.
or the law reform commission. And Mr. Matibe.
Thank you, Chair. The Honorable Moimang raised an issue that I had forgotten to touch on. When Parliament did this review, some of the information they used was the information that came from our report with regard to Project 25. I remember we had engagements with Advocate van der Merwe from the Parliamentary Legal Services. So we actually look at that, and we also provided her with further information that she had requested. All the other work that other agencies do, we indeed look at it. However, because of resource consideration, when there's an agency that's looking at an area that we could also look at, we usually say, because there's already another agency looking at it, we can support that agency, but not take the project itself on our own, because it would mean not optimally using resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matibe. Any other person that want to engage with any of the commissioners or the presenters here? If there is no one, I will immediately continue, and I would want to express our appreciation for the events and the presentations today, and also want to agree that the information that was actually placed at our disposal today is very important information. In many instances, it is confirming some of the previous information that we have received from the Law Reform Commission in terms of the processes, and also in terms of the issues of addressing and making sure that our legislative framework respond to the South African situation. But also, I think a very important issue that is continuously raised in some quarters is the issue of the social compact, the issue of agreement generally between government and society and other stakeholders within society on issues like, for instance, the National Development Plan. But also, Commissioner Molokwane raised a very important point. I've raised it before, which the FFC have consistently raised in our different gatherings that we as the NCOP have been calling in terms of addressing some of the issues. Like, for instance, how do we really coordinate our efforts to make sure that we get the desired outcomes? And how do we ensure accountability? But also, how do we ensure that with the resources at our disposal, we see the necessary outcomes and achievements? And particularly the issue of projects and plans that are not necessarily executed through the available budgets, but also the fact that some of our plans are not necessarily in line with the available budgets. And I think there's some of the issues that have been raised today have been issues that we have been consistently, we raised it in the State of the Nation address, we raised it at other platforms, because it's information that is to our disposal. I think Honorable Khai also raised many issues, his observation with regards to the issue of the MTSF, and that is not necessarily in sync with what we want to achieve as a country, and particularly departments that is not accountable. I think accountability is a very important issue that came out here. But we are still continuing tomorrow with our seminar or summit, and I think we want to invite everyone to log on. We will start at 10 and we will try to make sure that we don't take the whole day as being indicated on the program. We would really make sure that we don't take the whole day, but we will also make sure that we really do address the necessary issues with the necessary attention. And with that, I want to express my appreciation to the chairperson in particular, to the commissioners of the NPC, as well as the States SA, as well as the commissioners of the South African Law Reform Commission, a commission that we also have been working with for some time now. We want to express our appreciation to each and every member that actually really take time to attend this very important summit. It is something that is necessary in order for us to understand our ability to make sure that there is implementation, but that also that there is coordination and cooperation to ensure that we really achieve our goals. With that said, I want to thank all the members, and this meeting stands adjourned up until, God willing, tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Recording
Mr.
stopped.
Mama, thank you so much, Mama.
Yes.
Wow.
The recording has stopped. To see all the faces.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you. Mama. KwaZulu Natal is your auntie. It was nice in KwaZulu Natal.
Oh, yes, it was, guys. Oh, thank you so much, Mama.
How are you, Ms. Peko?
Very well, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
To all of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.